And good morning. We're going to get to it soon. So, how's everyone doing today? Nice weekend. Dark out. Trying our new setup. Getting everything wired up. How it goes. And the camera, I think, is off. We'll leave it for now. Fix it in a bit. How are you today? Having a good day? How was your week? Good. Hope your week was good. All right. Now, what we have here is a working login. Getting some data out of the URLs. Data out of the URL. That's not it. Out of the environment. I ended up using dirs and config.dir to get a config file. So it loads it out of application support on an OS 10 machine. Load that, and then we set it. I guess we don't have to do the configs here. We can do that on authenticate, pulling the values out. And what if you call this again and again? Will it reload them? I don't know. Let's see. Takes them to string, parse and set. Looks like it. So we could move this down here. So we're going to have a fetch token here. We're also trying the back to a constant bitrate today, PBC. And where'd my phone go? Oh, there it is. And we're not using Stitch today. Not because I wanted to, but because I forgot and I changed the machines. So, yeah, a little different today. But Starlink has been getting better and better. In the last 12 hours, we've only had 40 seconds of downtime. Or other outages, as this says. I'm going to plug that in. And I want to adjust this a little bit more. Because if I drop that a little bit, there we go. Straight up there is good. Okay. So, fetch token. Dun-dun-dun. How's the quality? Quality coming across good? I hope so. We had a. I was afraid of. We had a little drop here. Okay. And that actually knocked some of the viewers off. Not my dry sense of humor. Any of that. That wouldn't do it. It's got to be the network. Right. The network. So, touch token. Self. The result to a string. Or what kind of error? All right. Not completely obvious. Does your rec have its own error? It does. Is expects here. The last one's not needed. Will just be the okay. I don't know. I want the access token. No. I like access token better. Should really be a match. We'll use the Godot horn for this. And I want to be a little careful about this because we do not want to include the URL. The URL includes the secret. We're trying not to expose that. Maybe we could use tracing for that? Maybe. Not tracing logging. Ideally, we would have some sort of like UI button or something. You'll keep it safe? Ah, I know you will, the Buyman. I know you will. when we were working with tokens with Stitch, when we were building Stitch, I leaked tokens left and right. In fact, so much that I would grab a token, start something with it, get the connection going, and then invalidate it so that when I leaked it, it was already dead. It was fun. All right, this mostly works. Here, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna leave that. What are we working on? So I've gone a year and a half without having any new little bling or like follower notifications or things like that. But we almost always do Rust, Rust with Godot, or some variant of that. Sometimes streaming tools. And now, what we're doing right now is Rust and Godot combined with the Twitch API, so we can get some little glitter going for the channel, little notifications. And I don't know why formatting broke. I miss my format. Is it supposed to be fixed? Actually, I have to make sure I'm not going to leak a secret, so I'm going to put up the BRB screen. Not a real BRB. It's just I have to check something. So okay, that's good. That's good. All right. Now come back to it. Okay. Yeah, it was this one here. I thought that maybe there was something in the log. Yeah. Where are we gonna go? We're gonna go into control cargo.toml. It's not in there. Not in there. I'm looking for the settings. This doesn't even have a Rust format file. Is that it? Did I nuke it? No. Maybe it's invalid, my settings over here. Get rid of that. We do need edition 2018 in the cargo.toml file to get formatting to work. Still no dice. Oh, it's because I'm using nightly. Yeah, forgot about that. All right, back to it. It should be back now. Specifically, these long lines here should have already wrapped. And back here where I had this on a separate line, that should have been collapsed onto the line. All right, we'll let code tools warm up there. So we authenticate. And if we look at the Godot code, okay, where is it? Switch overlay. Go to the code. We could click the little script button on that. We have a script that's attached to a node in the scene. This is our object that our struct that we built in Rust and exported so that we can use it in Godot. Calling authentic here. I know that works. But the next piece, how do we want to handle listening for events? Do we want to handle it this way? I think the best way to do this would be to try and get Twitch code to, or the Twitch object to emit signals. We could try that. Although I really wanted to try out yield here, just because we're exercising this code branch, right? This one that's trying to land. Wanted to test it out. Why don't we back and see? Did land. Pull this back over here. Firefox for you. This still a thing. Still a PR, still open. Looks like it. Merging's blocked. Why? Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Because we have to have boards do it. I think they're just going to do this. We're good. All right. I don't like this song. Let's skip this one. So I'm not sure if this is going to work, but we're going to try to go the signal route. We're going to need, look at some of this. Files change. The last couple here. The test code. So in this case, this is where they're setting up and registering. Did you initialize that? That's for the test code. That's specific to the test stuff. Not quite that. Argument passing, yada yada. That's all GD script. I want to come back down here a little further. Yeah, we've already got the initialization going. We do not have this. Oh, you got an invite to a third interview yesterday. Awesome. Oh, very cool. Welcome. Who likes the great? How you doing? Can you share what you're looking to get hired on for? Like what sort of work are you interested in? Yeah, why do we have to call register runtime? It's up at the top in one of these way up here. This one? No, it's not this one. You're having a fantastic morning. Oh, junior Linux admin role. Oh, awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool. Where's this call for register? Register runtime. Oh, here it is. I see. So it's actually adding the signal bridge and the func state to that. That makes sense. Okay. Got it. So we're going to have to do something like that. In our lib section, we call init, right? And init does this here. We have to get it to register our async runtime, which we don't have here yet. I think we're going to have to pick up a WebSocket crate. And let's pick a WebSocket crate, then figure out what runtime it can use, and so on and so forth. I would like to try and kind of wire Tokyo into this. Not a requirement. I've already wired in the async executors into this. Not this here, but into the system as a whole. Or I don't want to do that. Oh, let's go to lib.rs and look for WebSocket crates. Just find something popular. Tungstenite, lightweight stream-based WebSocket implementation. Tokyo Tungstenite. What are we making? We're making a little Twitch overlay. I've streamed for like a year and a half, over 400 streams, and I don't have one of those little bling things going on. So we're we're gonna make one. You know, so like when people redeem their bits, things happen. When there's a new follower, things happen. We're doing that finally. We could try Tungstenite. Tokyo Tungstenite. Let's try this one. Yeah, I didn't want to just grab one or use like the Streamlabs one. So here we go. That, and I thought it was a good use of the tools we commonly use to test out a pull request and to try out some of the new features that we want to land in the Godot Rust bindings. Let's see what features tungstenite has. Ooh, we want rust. Cargo add UNGSTENIT tungstenite. That doesn't just roll off the old noggin. Tungstenite. I don't know why. All right, that's in there. We're also going to need Tokyo. Let's add Tokyo. Tokyo has a lot of features. We probably want macros. Why not, you know? No. We don't need macros for this because we're doing the registration ourselves. When we want RT, what else? I think that's it. Maybe let's pull up the documentation because I don't remember which crate their panels are in. Probably use a channel. And maybe all we're doing is emitting. I'm going to try to emit a signal. It's not the same as this signal. We're going to be emitting a Godot signal. Cargo add Tokyo features RT. Morning, Perkin. How you doing? Let's start there. We might add more to it. All right, let's figure out how to wire up Tokyo to this. I'm gonna go back to the PR for this. Oh, it's because we need an answer. There was an answer already made. No, I remember it. Okay, it's async executors. Oh, please interrupt. I really don't mind that. Seriously. I am almost entirely self-taught. Yeah. And this is actually part of my self-teaching. Practicing with Godot, with Rust. Being a software engineer, it's constantly changing, especially in like the web tech world, which I've been in for 20 plus years. I don't know if the rest of you remember IE5, IE3. Very interested in pursuing software development out of pure interest in the topic. 4 months deep into learning Python. Oh, good. Really because you find being able to create something myself amazing. Yes, absolutely. Good morning, Classy Cat. How you doing? Welcome to lurk mode. I love that. I like your icons. Or your emoticons. Yeah, I treat software development like learning a language. Practice. And a little bit every day. Doesn't have to be much. Just a little bit. And have some project that you can chip away at. Um, just stay in it. Keep it going in your head, and it will grow. Rarely wake up early enough to catch the stream. Ah, yes. Well, I wake up at just before 5 to do the stream so that I can practice. If I spent this much time like working out or something like that, training, oh, I would I'd be much more fit. Like, could be some competition like athlete. You get your best coding done at 5? Happened twice. Wow. All right. So we need async executors. This implements spawn, local spawn, and spawn handle for these different runtimes. What other aspects of tech am I interested in? I'd love to do a little bit more like embedded software. I think that'd be a lot of fun. What else? Maybe. Oh goodness! I mean, there's so many things in this outside of software engineering. We have we have goats, chickens. We've got like a little tiny farm going. But I like to do metalworking, welding, aluminum casting, stuff like that. So we'll melt aluminum down and cast it into parts. So 3D print some shape, tack, right? Then sand cast the shape and use it. I find that a lot of fun. All right. We're going to use this for Tokyo current thread. Yeah, I just don't have much time to do embedded software, as most of my projects kind of lead me towards game development. I did game development in the past and I really liked it. So whenever I'm learning something new, like Rust, I will gravitate towards that sort of passion that I have for game development. And embedded software, unless you're making like a big box that you're going to put in like some pizza joints, like an arcade machine, then there isn't much there for embedded software. Like that, where those two things cross over, right? Maybe controllers, you know, like handheld controllers, but not much there. I just don't feel it, you know. I wouldn't wake up for it. Say it that way. Not early, not like this. But yeah, we might actually do a stream later for the metalworking, just to have something different. It's starting to get warm out. Chop's a little warmer. Let's see what features this has and add it. We need this. There we go. What features? Oh yeah. Yep. That's very common. Very, very common. See, this is exactly why we want this. We got a little activity feed, a little follow here, but no little bling. So thank you for the follow. All right, features we have. Tokyo current thread. Oh, I see a CT and thread pool. We're gonna add this one. Default is not WASM. I love that. Like what? Alexa, great. Thank you for the follow as well. There we go. I'm gonna get this thing working. Ergo, add. No default features. Features. Followed me. What? That and oh, because I highlighted it on the other machine, it copied it. I also need to add this one. Awesome. Just motivation. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. All right. But how do we use these things? Given this PR and that we have to use these traits, this crate is nice enough to implement these traits for these runtimes. I'm going to be using the current thread scheduler. So let's see how we do this with this thing here. Spawn a local spawn. So we need to create, nice, they have implemented in with dispatch. That's great for tracing. We use that in the game server. Dependencies. Yep, that's where the traits are defined. Two heap allocations per spawn. No. We'll suffer through it. I mean, let's face it. It's not like we're doing embedded software or using a machine that couldn't do a heap allocation with its eyes closed. Missing features. Oh, look at that formatting with this. That's pretty. This is not formatted per the regular Rust format. They don't have snuggly braces. I'm just looking at this code. It doesn't look like Rust code. All sorts of Rust code is actually formatted across the ecosystem using Rust format. When you see something like this, it doesn't look right. I mean, Rust is a language coming with all sorts of tools, the build tool, the formatting tool, all that is great for Rust. It makes it so easy to just not bike shed on it, right? Bike shed. I wasn't clear. It's basically a BSD with a pretty face, and I like BSDs. But yeah, it works really well. I mean, you can have a really nice terminal, all that stuff. You can see that I'm using OS 10. But I love the attention to detail in like the trackpad. That's hard to get right, and they do a fantastic job. All right, let's see if we can wire this up. What is this? API for consumers. Tokyo TP builder. Structs. Tokyo CT builder. We need one of these. I think we can just call build. What are we going to get from this? Oh, we get the builder. We could give it a name and stuff. Yeah, we don't need that. If you mem swap it, your warranty is void. It's like Linux, but everything's a little to the left. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Unix, really. It is a Unix. Um, Kernel's a bit different. I'm most fascinated, like in the BSD universe with Dragonfly BSD. This is just I was searching for a name. History. Go to history. Yeah, Matthew Dillon. Am I an algorithm god? No. No. I usually get hired on to make stuff happen and get stuff done. I mean, like, this guy made a file system, improved the kernel scheduling, all sorts of stuff, removed like contentious locks, all sorts of things. Like taking an operating system, and my dark viewer here is making this look bad, but see, early on, just removing these locks improved the performance a lot. Anyhow, we're gonna need a Tokyo CT builder. Hey, can we just create one, or do we have to? Where's the trucks? It looks like we have to use a builder to build one. Okay. Then we're gonna mimic how they ended up doing this in the example. So here, shared local pool. Has a futures executor local pool in it. So this is a different runtime. It's not Tokyo. This is a runtime out of futures. If you're not familiar with runtimes or async runtimes for Rust, basically, um, if you're programming in another language and you have asynchronous code, right, where you have to await something, it's usually built into the language, but not in Rust, because the Rust acknowledges that you might need a different async runtime if you're doing embedded code versus a web browser versus a game. So your scaling needs might be different. Your workload needs are different. Your allocation are going to be different. So in the ecosystem, there's half a dozen good async runtimes. I can name 3 off the top of my head: Tokyo, Async Executor, singular, and the Futures one. Some of the others are actually duplicates of that. So like Async Standard is actually using the Async Executor under the hood. What else? Oh, I actually had a list of them. What's that? Here. Async, yeah. See, that's Async Standard Tokyo. Up to the top. Is it? What is it with the algorithms being an end all be all? Well, you do. You end up using them for everything. They're usually like one step away. Like this here. Right. In this case, we're using a map. A map is it's a light algorithm. It's more of a code pattern, I'd say. So maybe not exact, but here, load environment. There's a hash map behind that. Well, in here, probably. Getting the one out of standard. Leviticus. Oh, good morning and happy Saturday to you as well. All right. Well, we have to register this. So let's get moving and researching a little bit with this. Just wanted to make sure that that's correct. Where does that executor come from? That, oh, this is a thread local executor. Yes, because something has to hold on to it. Yeah, usually in the mornings, at least for streaming. Saturdays, I'll usually go a little longer, but I do have a day job, so um, so after the stream, I usually go and do my day job, which is web dev stuff currently. I've been doing forever. More full stack before full stack was named full stack. Yes, we could use thread local. I don't know. See, here's a shared local pool. And really, they're just leaking this. They're boxing it, leaking it, keeping a static reference to it. Is fine here. Go to home, go to work, go to sleep. Sometimes I do some stuff with the family. That happens usually, after work in the evenings. Well, it's good to understand the algorithms, and it's common, like, sort of question fodder. Like, you're coming out of school, right? You should have learned algorithm stuff. So let's ask you algorithm question. But you're right. Why so much focus on it in interviews? Let's face it. Would I hire you and then ever ask you to implement a sort? No. I would be upset if you implemented your own sort. You should be using the sort functionality that Rust provides, that JavaScript provides, etc. You should be implementing a comparator and giving that to the sort algorithm. Yes, yes, Leviticus. I forgot to use the. I forgot to use Stitch, and I'm on Starlink. It's been doing pretty well, but the better than nothingness of it does kind of get us every now and then. Let me see if I can pull that up here. Let me lower the screen here. Signal to noise ratio has been all right. So here, see if it'll pull that up. You know what? Let's go to the big camera mode. Whoosh, huge. Okay, so here, ignoring the, okay, getting this right. You can see that there's a drop every now and then for the signal to noise ratio that here. Um, no, it's because I forgot. Not your computer. All right. And I think in most interviews, they're going to really be interested in looking to see how you think. And it's easy to, well, actually, I think it's a bad interview to ask you to implement some sort of sorting algorithm because it doesn't show you how you think. It shows you what you've memorized. Oh, it's, well, it's for every month I've had it, it has improved greatly. Okay. So just bear with us. Tomorrow I will try to remember to get our little smoothing software, Stitch, working. What are you actually, let me double check some stuff because is anybody else having the skipping around stuttering problem? Yeah. Yeah, I got this couple months back and it's been improving and improving and improving. Like now in work meetings, I very regularly have a pause. Okay. Not too bad. What crate are they using for thread local? Is it local cell? Yes. One cell. Okay. Add that. I'm just gonna do a little dirty copy paste in here. A sec. To a local pool as a ref cell to a local pool. They're deroughing E here. We're handing it off. Interesting. Oh yeah. Yeah, my area before Starlink, I was on a 4 megabit um, connection, and this connection was 4 megabit up and down using microwave to a mountain. I live in the middle of nowhere, so there was no other way. Unless I wanted to dig a trench, hire a bunch of people, install conduit, all the way up to the fiber at like some highway, and, and then pay like $2,000 a month for an internet connection. That's interesting this year. This that what does local cell do there? All right, let's, yeah, gonna grab some of this. we'll dig in a little bit. Here, let's get some of this in here. Here they have a shared local pool. Grab that as well. Spawn local object. Borrow spawner spawn local object there, which is part of the trait. You pass to the future here. Now there's the trait. We shouldn't have to do that. They're just passing this through. But why did they end up having this? Is it just for the ref cell? Must be. Because something has to own this. Yeah, no, we've got all of the this is a family friendly stream. Put it that way. My kids will watch this sometimes. But yeah. And then why both of these? Why set the executor here and then have async executor driver? Run until stalled. See, oh, this is getting into the scene. What's actually running the executor? Oh, it's okay to express your frustrations here. Emotions aren't bad. So. What does E mean? This is, oh, great question. In this case, we're passing a closure to the with function. Okay. Saying executor with, we give it a function, a closure. The argument list is here inside of the pipes, and the function body is here. In Rust, for closures, if you do not include a semicolon at the end, the return is explicit, right? Like sorry, not explicit, it's implicit. Hey, welcome, Modprog. Welcome and good morning. Thank you for the raid. Yes, happy Saturday. Isn't it a good Saturday so far? Except for the fact that I forgot to set up Stitch this morning. Very cool, cow, says Moma. Good morning. Thank you for helping me set up the new thing this morning. I forgot to set up Stitch. I forgot. I just came in and I hit go. And that was it today. So let's go back to regular webcam. How you doing? Oh, you had fun with Twitch control. Yeah? Oh, support loading config files and applying to the stream. Oh, nice. What does Twitch control do? Is that a crate? That Twitch API is a special API. Oh, it's on GitHub. Ah, gotcha. Oh, that's great. Thank you. Hope that didn't leak anything. What did that do? I'll pull that up over here. Client ID is like, nope. Ah, okay. So it didn't actually do anything. It just showed my mule's client ID. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Yeah, actually getting your own token and stuff is actually really, really simple. It's like that, right? I mean, getting the token seems fairly straightforward. All right. So can we back to this little thing over here? In this case, they have a async executor driver. I don't know if Tokyo can even do that. They, here they borrow it, run until stalled. And that function there, run until stalled, is probably a specific function for the futures runtime. Futures. Yeah. On local pool. You happy if you can get a PR? All right. Not right now though. Not doing that right now. One of the keys to staying productive is saying no. Because we need some way to drive Tokyo, but I don't think we can actually drive Tokyo. Modules, we want to go into the runtime. You can also spend 2 hours trying to write a macro. Well, yeah, but that's also part of learning. Like I wouldn't mind writing a macro. But what do you need a macro for? Multi-args operators too. Electric Boogaloo. Probably not the best name or the best description text for a commit. I actually forgot my glasses. Got the old reading glasses on. So in runtime, let's say we do have a runtime. What can we do with the runtime? Configuration. Yeah, we want a current threaded schedule. We can't even do that. What does enter do? Enters the context. Actually, I think it's not possible to use Tokyo with this, because Tokyo doesn't have a mechanism by which you can drive the runtime. Oh, let's take a look. Take a look. Well, it looks like each branch has the same two things. Right? Can't you just put these at the end of the match? In this case, you return title. In this case, you return title. In this case, you return game ID. In this case, you just return that right from the match, and then you toss broadcaster language and builder and build at the very end. That would take 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 lines out of this match. Not with typed builder. Oh, because the return type for this is different, isn't it? Oh, modify channel information body. All right, I'm gonna bite. Just grab that. This is your fault. I don't mind. And that was in API. So line. Oh, this is already simple. This simplified a lot already. Which branch is it? Yeah, the branch isn't in the config file. So moving these down here wouldn't work, right? What are you saying? Oh, why isn't this a variable? Modifying channel information body builder. Where is this? Oh, that's coming from Helix. Okay. So if that's coming from Helix, why does their builder not always have the same type returned? Right, because until you call build, you're basically just returning self again, over and over and over again. for the builder. So each one of these return types should be the same. And that was out of which crate? Yeah, Twitch API 2. Do they have... the test. Typed builder, huh? So, okay, just... Well, is this because this... let's extract this into a very... not like that. Let's say we have... Let builder is going to be equal to this. I think it's because the last one there has the wrong type. And then inside of here, we'll just use that. We're going to get rid of this case. This case at the very bottom does nothing. So if none and none is read, because these three should have the same type now. But the last one doesn't. You could wrap this. Because your intent here is given a T and a G. You basically want to set the title or the game ID, right? So I probably wouldn't have done it this way. Probably would have broken this out into two arms. If let some self that title. Right. Oh, I see. But then in this case, right, you still need to chain these things, right? You could do self dot title dot. You do an iter for each or a map. Problem here is that you did it this way. You still need the builder that is resulting here from title on the other side. So you need more of a map. So you get your builder back out. It's going to be a some or a none builder, isn't it? Map. In which case you need like an or default. That's a good option. Option is one of those things that API is large. You might be able to use an OK or else with that returning. Unwrap or. That'll give you the default, but you don't want the default type here. You don't need the iter? Okay. Unwrap or else here. Well, yeah, first I wanted to try the for each, but in this case we're just mapping. Unwrap or else. Turn builder here. You're going to be upset about that having been moved. Oh, map or. But in this case, the U is owned, isn't it? I think it has to do with the ownership. In this case, you're borrowing builder, gonna return back a borrowed builder. But in this case, I believe you pass in the ownership. Like you give it that. The default T. T is something like if it's copy, fine. Use it again, but maybe you could pass in a reference to T. Tadas. Good morning. All right, so we end up with the builder. You just want to set the title and the game ID. And why isn't the builder the same? Why didn't this work? Compatible types. Oh. Hmm. Well, that's unfortunate. You can have the same problem if you're doing a little if let, then in a map, same issues. A new type every time I see it. But I want to see the big error. Yeah. Expected tuple found unit. Oh, here. I love how they do the bolding here. It's so helpful. Like, no, this thing right here in bold is different from this other thing in bold. The bold and the beautiful. Hey, thank you for the follow. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, chili. Do be jealous. Is it good chili? It must be good chili. Yes. I'd be jealous of good chili. Why would returning builder.title give you a different type? Wow. How else could this be done? It would be useful if, for example, you had to do it in a specific order. Interesting. What does title take? Something that can go into string. And in this case, is title here optional? It is. Title, language, and game are all optional. Interesting. Yeah, I see. I see where you were struggling. You consume self here, not a reference. Yeah, it looks like it's intending for them to all be set at the same time. So maybe the match is the best way to do this. Now, why didn't you include the language in this? The language is also optional. Quickcaster language takes an option. Oh, it does. For some obscure reason. Maybe that's a hint to say these two things, title and game, are not optional. And because the game, that's science and tech, at least for me, right? You can't stream without knowing what game you're in. And then title, well, they are in the API. Then what about, I mean, you have to have a title. Hey, Xenocron. How you doing? You don't need to overwrite it. Oh, I see. Because if it's already set. Gotcha. Yeah. This is a strange API. I have to admit, I don't know why somebody would do this, but it does make it difficult to use. And creating these builders is not hard. And this API is suffering for them using that, what is it, typed builder or something? Does it create like maybe a trait or something that we could say, stuff it in a box and use dynamic dispatch? Yeah, this isn't. What a horrid API. So language, see, each one of these is optional. Well, why are they stripping option here? Use 0 or empty string to unset the game. See, the problem is with their use of typed builder. I think maybe make a PR, fix this first. Right. Remove these. Because it's not right. As you said, if you don't change it, you're fine. And then if you did that, then this would be much easier. So I think you should make a PR against this first. Remove these strip options. And then your code's going to be better. Who I said it was a bad API, but I just mean this here is enforcing something it shouldn't. Broken API? And it's good that they went through all of this effort. Yeah, it's just huge. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I didn't use them. I'm going to back out of this one. Going back into, what are we calling it? Mitch. Oh, Bear Dude. Bare Knuckles. Oh, I don't know if we're even straddling productive. Productive's way over there. And that's okay. We don't have to be productive every day. Please, after this, I have to go dig a trench. Yeah, for that. Digging a trench. 200 feet. Gotta go, oh, at least 2 feet down. Gonna be dropping conduit for a Cat 7 cable. Gonna have a little Ethernet backbone for the net between buildings. Productive is from Mondays while you're sleeping. That's not how it's supposed to work, Bear Duda. Bear Cool Cow says Muma. Yeah, I don't think we can use Tokyo for this, which is unfortunate. So coming back a little bit, Type Builder, Twitch Control, yada yada. Because we don't have a way. Not the same thread. Same. Local pool has run until stalled and run until. I believe Async Standard would have something similar because I know it's available under the hood. Modules. Oh, that's right. This uses a global. Don't they? Macros, yada yada. Main and test, yeah. So they're kind of doing the Tokyo thing with those. I think it's in task. See, in this case, they're hiding the runtime from you. Naming tasks, etc. Spawn local. Why is that unstable? Here they just have spawn. That's a much simpler API. This is part of why I wanted to do this, because using this API, I don't think help. It looks like async standard is out because we can't actually get access to the runtime, the executor through that. Unless there's another way. Yeah, no. Runtime, no. I don't think it's available through this. Wouldn't be there. It'd be in task. Looks like it should be in task. Oh, what did that say up here? Yeah, they're modeling it after a thread. Spawning a task. Know that. But you can't get access to the runtime that you're spawning it on. Task type. Ah. Okay, so that's out. That one's out. That one's out. The futures executor makes it available. What about the async global executor? Yeah, built on top of async executor and async IO. Wow. Maybe there's an escape hatch in the config? Min, max threads, yada yada, name the threads. No. Okay, so that one's out. So no, no, no. Not going to do this in WASM, which only means one. Might be able to actually implement this for async executor and maybe async task. So that means that the implementation is actually very specific to futures. There's only one way to do that. Unless we don't have. See, that's a thing. The way that they did this, the Toast Eater did this. So much work on this. Fantastic. Where'd the PR go? That we have the async exec driver, right? The thing that actually turns the machinery of the async runtime. Because it's really this run until stalled that works here. So if we created another runtime, say Tokyo, something like that, it's going to spawn a thread. It's not actually going to put it on the current thread. It's going to spawn one thread, isn't it? Just validate that. I want to go into that that assumption not being true. Go back to Tokyo. Tokyo. Modules, runtime. Bucks. Have a builder, handler, and runtime. Let's go to the builder. New current thread. Look at the documentation on this. Runs a new builder with a current thread schedule selected. But if you have a current thread builder, right, it'll be built on the current thread, but eventually you call build. Result is a runtime. Okay. You see some CPP or Rust, you follow? Well, welcome. Goodrish, thank you for the follow. So we're actually trying to build a... I've been streaming for like a year and a half and haven't gotten any of those off-the-shelf sort of bling when somebody follows. We're trying to build that out and testing a PR in the process. Don't worry, the link is safe. That's what they all say. Says an error occurred. What did you just do? We're coming back to this. What do we have here? Start paused. Because if we have a runtime, right? That's what we're going to get back from build. We'll have the runtime. I know, right? Yeah, what are you doing to us, Coderish? I mean, really. Yeah, it didn't show up for me. It said it had been removed when I checked it. We can enter the runtime. We can shut down the runtime. We can shut down background. And we can block on. But if we enter it, or enter the runtime, this allows you to construct types that must have an executor available on creation, such as sleep or TCP stream. Will also allow you to call methods such as Tokyo spawn. This is great, but then you have to poll them. How does that work? What do we do in the case that we do spawn something? Function that spawns Tokyo spawn. And then we have a async move, yada yada. Right? But we spawn the task. We don't await it at all. This doesn't get awaited. Does this actually print something out? Usually these are pretty good about being... I mean, maybe we can hold on to the guard. Too far. But there we go. The spawn gives us join handle back. Right? Well, this is off the runtime. They were, in that example, they were using Tokyo spawn, function, spawn. Are you sure about that? As long as it runs long enough? Because this is, I mean, the Rust runtimes, right? The async and Rust, in order to kind of turn that machinery, you have to poll it. And if it's not being polled because you're using maybe a single threaded and your thread's actually doing something else, it doesn't do anything. Right? So to enter that runtime, you have to await it. Didn't see anything that was actually awaiting it. Like here they await. Not a lazy language. Okay. And the thread pool is responsible, well, if we're using a thread pool. Yeah, it did print something when we tried it. But I wonder if it's because, I mean, here they're using the runtime. No, let's switch this up because we can't use that runtime like that. Go back to Tokyo, move that over here. We need to actually use a runtime builder. We need a current thread one. It's not a process though, right? I mean, what we're trying to do is create a new current thread builder. So this is off of that in. Got runtime. There's that. I actually want to use the builder here. Like that. Builder, new, okay, colon, say we want new current thread. Something like so. Get rid of that because our formatting sucks. Okay. Let's just call build on it. No. No, that's not it actually. Um, it's not like multitasking. It's more like a cooperative multi-threading, or it's kind of like threads in Lua, kind of the best analog I have. or tasks in Lua. But you have to actually ask it to do something to be able to get a result out. Otherwise, it doesn't get polled. And yeah, it's not that kind of multi-threading. It's not like that. Um, what's the best way to describe it? I don't know. I might not be able to wordsmith this one this morning. I'll build there, run it. Oh, don't not save it. Think of the async runtime stuff for Rust as a big state machine, and the state only changes if you're asking it for a result, if you're awaiting it. So in this case, because nothing is waiting for the result, I think what they had been using was a thread that was actually awaiting. Schedule it, but the scheduler doesn't get run unless you pull it. Yeah, what's going on here? Enter. Oh, it's a result. Just unwrap that for test code. See. Here, it doesn't get printed out because we're on the current thread. And this here isn't returning its join handle, which is probably just expecting unit or something. Oh, not that. So we did that, and then saved that. Because, okay, but if it worked that way, wouldn't it mean that all computation is done at awaits all the time and defeat the purpose? Not exactly. Because you can signal basically a task in the scheduler can become ready. So if you had, say, 100,000 connections and you were awaiting data from 100,000 connections, when connection sent the data, it would signal, it would wake up, that task would wake up, and machinery, the state machine, would see, hey, there's something available there. Now I can process that task. But here, if we just undo this a little bit, remove the join handle bit, because we switched over to a current thread scheduler, we run that, we do not see the print line because async isn't spawned onto a thread with a wrapper that is actively trying to pull the system. But in this case, this RT, what else do we have on here? Builder, build returns a runtime. We can call block on. Can also do like a spawn blocking, etc. Handle. Oh, what does the handle do? Ooh, maybe this is something. It's just a handle to the runtime. Yeah, not actually very useful here. Probably missed something. Look here. See, in this case, we ran it. No output. Because here, we have a runtime that is executing on the current thread. It means it set up some stack space, some information, and it's ready to receive tasks and run tasks. We enter it here and are able to spawn things into that runtime. But the runtime, the machinery of the runtime, isn't being turned. It's not being churned. Oh, you might, yeah. We can wait. We can loop or sleep or something like a standard thread sleep for 10 seconds. I don't, for a long time. Oh, it wants a duration. 10 there. Oh, standard. Something like yield would be necessary. What do you mean? Well, yeah. So you're right. In this case, we're going to get a join handle back, right? And we have to await the join handle. Yeah, it got killed. It ran too long. So in this case, we didn't pull the runtime. We didn't pull its state machine. So let's go ahead and return that join handle. Okay, we'll have that there. Handle equal to that. Now, handle, we have to... That's not that handle. This is a join handle. You can abort a join handle. Okay. Implements future, unpin. Oh. We don't have a context to give it. That's actually inside. Yeah, main is not async. No. Because, and I'm doing it this way because we're inside of Godot. We're inside of Godot, and we have to be able to set up a Tokyo runtime and schedule tasks inside of that runtime, but then have some way of turning the Tokyo machinery from Godot's life cycles. So this is actually a really good test for us, because if we could make this work in a different way, that would be helpful. And I think closest on each tick, we would have Tokyo or nothing. There's a way to do it. That's kind of kludgy. We have the guard, but we need to await this join handle. So we have handles. Here they're reporting the handles. Yeah, in this case, they're using the multi-threaded runtime, which means that they will just start processing these tasks. But we're on a single-threaded runtime, which runs on the current thread. Let's go back to runtime. Yeah, see, we're not going to be able to do that. A block on and say that's future. Okay. Block on. Then we give it a future, which would be handle. Handle implements future. Now task. Okay, so now because we're waiting for that join handle to finish, it does something. How can we use this? We should be able to get the runtime. Okay. So if we get the runtime, we'll have to store the guard somehow, right? And then, okay, or die? Do or oh, where'd their do or die go? Um, task functions. Oh, what is this? Yield now. Oh, I see. So if you have some sort of task, some like loop or something you want to give back to the runtime. What else? Functions. Block and play, spawn blocking, spawn local, unconstrained. Nope. Time functions. Is it in futures that I'm thinking? Maybe it's in futures. Where else could it be? I thought there was like a do or die. Modules, task, functions. No, that's not it. It's kind of going back to the time over here, right? Timeout at. Essentially, it's a join on the task, the runtime, or timeout immediately. So do you have some work for us to do, or do we return? I'm trying to remember where that is, though. Yeah. A task is a lightweight, non-blocking unit of execution. Task is similar to an OS thread, but rather than being managed by the OS scheduler, they are managed by the Tokyo runtime. Another name for this general pattern is green threads. If you're familiar with Go routines, Kotlin's coroutines, Erlang processes, Lua's coroutines, you can think of Tokyo's tasks as something similar. I thought they had something for this. Let's go to Tokyo version 2. I think it was in like 1 something here. Let's go to the last of the ones. Search for die. No, not there. 2 or features? $131. Task. I know we've used that before. That's not helpful. Huh. Maybe I'm just associating it with like a Die Hard. That's your code, yes. Okay. So if I'm remembering it wrong, put that out of my mind. Look at futures. Okay. Go to the latest version. Thank you. Future EXT, yes. Now or never. That's what I'm thinking of. Could we use now or never to slowly churn the runtime? Maybe. Maybe. Every frame, right? Just ask for output. Keep doing this until none is returned. Because we basically have to drive Tokyo somehow. Go to pour some. So driving Tokyo, how are we going to do that? We'll have to save a list of tasks, the spawn handles, rather the join handles, and then occasionally, maybe on every frame in Godot, we can ask each one of those, like now or never. Just do that on every frame. That might work. Means we have to keep track of all of the spawn handles. And what do we do when the spawn handle is done? Done. I guess that's when it's actually yielded a result, isn't it? This one's neat. It really is. Contacts from Waker. Spin it, pull it. All right. So we'll need futures. Does future ext exist in Futures Lite? Oh, good. Ah, but it doesn't have do or die or the now or never. Okay. So let's add to this. Cargo add. Oh, let's say cargo what features? Futures. We want none of that. Cargo add futures. No default features. Hmm? Oh, plural. I need an S on the end there. Virtual manifest. Yes. Go into Rust and then do it. Great. Okay. Then coming back. Where's the PR? See, we'll have to do something similar to this, but we'll have to keep track of all of the spawned stuff because we don't have a run until stalled. I wonder what run until stalled does here. I think that basically means it goes through all the tasks, does a now or never, and then stops. Okay, coming back to lib. Your local pool, fine. I gotta. I'm gonna take that, this down here. Need that. This async executor driver has to get added. Must have added that in it. Yeah. Async methods and async executor driver. Let's add that in it. Oh, come on. Okay, run until stalled doesn't exist on this. Because we're not using the same type. We don't want to share local. We want the. This is where it differs. Why is that available? Didn't we have like compile errors going on right now? Come on, COC. Wake up. Cannot compile async executors. What? That's odd. That's really odd. No remote handle in future. Did we get a bum version of this? Async executors. Godot 4 is the latest version. I imagine they would have told us if this wouldn't compile. Let's see what's in a cargo.toml for it. Tokyo CTA, not WASM. No default features. By default, not WASM is there. They have an example on usage. Install. Oh, what is this? Gotta fill in the blanks, buddy. Oh, I see. This is. COC inspection. We are using COC. The problem is that crate, given the feature flags that we want to use with it, didn't work. So we enabled this and not WASM. That's the default. Yeah, that was good. However, Tokyo CT does not seem to have helped. According to Apple's terms of service, you're not allowed to use their products or develop nuclear weapons. Oh, to use their products. Yeah. Morning, Supercuber. How you doing? It's going to go back into here. All behind feature flags. Basic example. Sure. Can I not click on this? Does this just not work if I do? We can clone this repo and just check. Let's go over here. Argo, build, feature, Tokyo, CT, features. Just want one feature, just one. But it's only one feature. Come on. Oh, and it's okay with this. Why is it okay with this? What? Do we have conflicting dependencies? I turn. Oh, the feature flags for dependent crates are cumulative. Why is it for our project here? Oh, am I? Go build. What's going on here? Why does futures util not have, is it because I'm using nightly in one case and not in the other? I don't know if there's anything else different. Yeah, that's fine. Nightly compiled faster. Great. Does futures util have remote handle? Okay. Is it plugged in? Checks. Docs.rs. Futures util. What was it? Remote handle. Futures util. Future remote handle. Yes. Whoa. What does this mean? This supported on crate feature panel only. What does that mean? Crate feature. Future. Channel. Does that somehow get unset? Do we need to say we want futures util with that? See, it's not even one of my dependencies. It's a crates dependency, that one that I'm dependent on. We don't have futures util in here. There. It's not. They don't have it here. I'm not using Tokyo with full. I don't want Tokyo with full. But I think the problem here is that they didn't actually specify their features correctly. So in this case, features, I guess if, how do we say Is this code that is not compiling specific to Tokyo code? I think it's just join handle. I'm not seeing any other instances of features util in here. The search returns nothing. We toss that in there. Then over here, we overwrite it. Underscore. Is it underscore though? Here they say it's. Oh no. I want not future. I want async executors overridden. Thank you. Because if this works, we'll put out a PR for that, but I don't know why. Okay, that actually solved the problem. Problem is because remote handle used, where was it? It was in join handle. Yeah, let's search for Tokyo TTA. A file with that. There we go. Let's look at some of these. What do we have here? Config. Okay, that's a test. Lots of those in the same file. What was this last one? Nightly. Fuck. That's odd. Why are they looking for a feature there? I don't understand this one. What is this one saying? Oh, is this for this is how you get these things to show up. These things here. It's okay. Specific to like docs.rs. I mean, it all seems fine. Cargo test. What if the problem here is that when building it this way and testing it this way, it'll be fine because their test matrix here uses full Tokyo. Actually, that's a good question. What does their test matrix? Cargo.tomo Tokyo. Optional true. Features Tokyo CT. Yeah. They toss RT and RT multi-threaded on, which we just want this one. Either that or nothing else there. Oh. So maybe one of the other dependencies needs it, or cargo build default features. No WASM was one. Not WASM. Fine. Oh, because we fixed it. That's right. Comment this out. Okay. We do cargo tree with just certain features. Okay. Yeah, we can do the same thing as before. True. I did not mean true. I meant tree. Thank you. Hmm. Build dependencies, dev dependencies. Where's a repo? Okay. Issues. Small runtime. Maybe neat. Timeouts. My bike shutter. One closed issue. Hefe, good morning and happy Saturday. I'm doing well. Doing well. I'm perplexed, but doing well. This, it's got me going. It's got me scratching my head. Yeah. We're using async executors. Right. And go back to the other file. We use no default features. We say we want not WASM, Tokyo CT. Where am I actually from? What's your guess? I won't be offended. What's your guess? I'm guessing you're curious based on the Canada. That is such a regular guess for me. But no, I'm not from Canada. I've never actually been to Canada. I'd like to go. I grew up in Southern California. When I was in London, when I worked in London, people would ask me because I did like did some teaching of how, like, I don't know, like a technical tutor, I guess. And people always guess Canada. So are you Canadian? What's this about? I wouldn't. I'm not from Canada. This is just absurd, though. Is it possible? I'm a full time developer. Step 15209. Good morning. 715,209. That better. How you been? Oh. I missed a joke. Here. Why doesn't iron form a good bond with other materials? Because it has rust issues. We did get a new mic, yes. Got a new mic. I want to use it with a game. Do some voiceovers with that. Get the kids screaming. Ah! All that. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Kid status. Okay, let's actually work this. Because we have to have a GitHub account to create a pull request. No way about it. Fork, Halsey. How do I manage my time as a full-time dev? Work on my pet projects. I make sure that my pet projects are learning projects, and I do them before work. So I just get up early. Which, I know you might be thinking, oh, he's a morning person. I hate morning people. But no, I'm not a morning person. Not at all. But it's the only time that it would work. So, important to me. I made it happen. Code. SSH. Git remote add Halsey. Fetch Halsey. It sounds so different now. Is it a good different or is it a bad different? What project are we working on? So I have streamed well over 400 streams. Well, not well over. Okay, this is like stream 407 or something. I don't even remember. Um, but a year and a half, and we don't have a little bling or anything like when you get a new follower or somebody redeems channel points. We're trying to build out a little overlay system for that. We're using Godot, the Godot engine, the game engine, along with the GD native project, so we can use Rust with it. Rust is the programming language, not the game. Not the game. So, and then occasionally we tell bad jokes. Occasionally. Clean jokes, but, you know, ones that need help. If we got any real quick. We got. Oh, yes. I like these. Don't interrupt someone working intently on a puzzle. Chances are you'll hear some crosswords. See? Not, it's like, like, oh, okay. I'm a big fan of whiteboards. I find them quite remarkable. Didn't. Oh. Get status. Get add cargo.toml. Get. Oh, let's use get UI. Get UI. Commit. Open up an editor. Why are we making this change? Let's explain this in a way that it won't rebel. So, futures util. We're using remote handle, I believe. Remote handle, isn't it? We're not going to save yet. Escape there. Control out. Remote handle. Yes, like here. Oh, my daily routine. Yes. So, first thing I do, I wake up and I've been streaming and starting at like before work for so long. Actually, I've been waking up before my alarm goes off, anywhere from like 10 to half an hour, 10 minutes to half an hour before my alarm. My alarm's at 5 a.m. So then I wake up, get ready, toss on the same old hoodie, and then come out into the office. Morning, neutrons. Newt. Is that the right spelling for neutron? Is it UE? It's like one of those words where you look at it and you see it and think, that's not right. But it must be right because that's how you, anyhow, it must be right. So wake up, get ready, spend half an hour or so just shaking the sleep off, making some tea, all that, and brushing the teeth. Then I come out here to the office, and at that point, it's just, I set up for the stream and do this for a couple hours, right? After the stream, usually go inside again for breakfast and coffee. After that point, I get back out to work, and do my day job. So that's anywhere from like 8 to 10 hours. And hang out with the family, the kids. Repeat. So Last night after dinner, we did a D&D session. That was fun. Got to Mirabar in Forgotten Realms. How do you understand an open source code base? Contribute? How many hours do I sleep? 7 to 8. 7 to 8 hours. I try for 8. Doesn't always happen. Like last night, D&D ran long. So. One of the great things about waking up early is you get tired by the end of the day. So I go to bed usually by 9. See, they have this remote handle here. Going to handle. Oh, this is interesting. The changelog here mentions it. Say get UI again. Do this. Command E. Channels, right? This channel singular. Toss that, some backticks. Okay. In my project, sure. Number Pro. Good morning. Am I actually one of the Rust devs or am I making mods or something? I use Rust. I do not develop on Rust. Does not enable the channel feature flag for features util. Awesome backticks on there. Oh yeah, if you're thinking the game, it's not the game. I wants authentication, get status. Get push to you. Z. What do we want to call this? Dev? No. Channels. Do I use Rust at work? I do not. I do not. I'm just a passionate developer. I like Rust. I've used other languages, C, C++, Erlang, etc. Oh, you're learning Unreal. Fantastic. You feel the pain. Unreal's fun. Well, I've been a full stack developer for a long time, and used C, C++, PHP, JavaScript, etc. And right now at work, it's browser thing. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, the usual. Thank you. I had mute on. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Basically, what I was going to say is that I've been doing web stuff for so long, it's just not mentally challenging. I want that challenge. I have not used the Bazel build system. No. All right, so we're gonna leave that there for now. Or go check. This should build. Well, except for our errors. Good. Metalwork. I like metalworking. We've got a little bit of a farm here, so chickens, goats, etc. No cows. And what else? We make cheese. Sometimes beer, wine, a dandelion wine or mead. Fun to make. What else do we do? Aluminum casting, 3D printing occasionally. All right. Now that we got this done, do the shared local pool. I think this thing here is from Future's task? No? Oh, what's here? Oh, I see, and that wraps that. Okay. And we need the same thing because whenever we spawn something, we have to keep track of the tasks that are spawned. Well, let's just grab that. One more. And we're not going to be using local pool. We're going to be using Tokyo runtime. Runtime. All right. That's fine. What about this? Let's look at this one first. Oh, yeah, we don't want default here. Fine. Not gonna have default here. I guess we could, but we'd have to import default. So let's first get the runtime. That means that we need the builder. There's a Tokyo runtime builder. New current thread. Just leave it there. Okay. We need a .build. That's runtime really. Runtime. Oh, but it could fail. Oh, sorry, Hefe, I didn't see your message. So yeah, ever had injury pain due to long hours of sitting before the screen, wrist back? I so yes. Um, I do not sit in a chair that has back support anymore. Um, Kind of disengages your core. So I'll either stand or sit on a stool, and that seems to help me a lot. I haven't had back pain in quite a while now. And in terms of wrists, right? I had let's switch over here. It was one of these old school Kinesis well keyboards. A little my sticker on it. Um, and then everything went back to normal. Um, Took 9 months to learn how to type again, though. But I mean, yeah, what are your hands worth, really? Yeah. Uh, okay, what capitalization? I've started looking at the capitalization of these names. Ah, yeah, 9 months. Coming back. Okay. Sen Kamun, any advice on not feeling bad about coming back to code at 25 plus? Uh, what do you mean? Like you were out of coding for a bit and you're just now coming back to coding? What I think is, I think us devs in our old age, what's going to happen to us? Yeah. Yeah, I think, preserving your core is really, really important. You can do that a number of different ways, but just sitting without a backrest. As you lean back into the backrest, here I got a wall behind me, and core's disengaged. My back's in a bad position. Having the right setup, really important. Oh, you left coding for 4 years. You want to code again? Get a job, domain code, and that. Oh, you feel too old? Right. 25. Why? Why? Just code. I mean, any process you get into, it's going to be the same thing. Just have fun with it. Enjoy it. All right. No, I don't think people are too old to code. I really don't. At a company I worked at, not little. We had a guy that the company went through a round of downsizing, and one of our older devs, he was hit with it. Right, wasn't just targeting old people, of course. You're not allowed to do that, but followed up with him like, "Hey, how you doing? You looking around? What's going on?" He's like, "Oh no, I just applied for Social Security." Like he was he was that old. We had no idea. I had no idea. It was great. He just retired. Do I have a video on YouTube when I started Rust and what pushed me to learn it? Um, I don't. In fact, the export to YouTube for me was not working when I started, so that's an issue. But some of the oldest videos up there, they're still there, but they are old. The reason I wanted to learn Rust was because it solved some of the issues that I experienced while doing like an MMO backend in Java, right? Or like in terms of who owns what value, right? Concurrency, oh goodness, all sorts of stuff there. But then also, having done C and C++, it solves so many issues for you. You pay the price up front. Yes, I mean, that's expected. Um, so I like having the compiler tell you that you're being a butthead up front than having to run the program in order to see if you got it right or a test, right? It fixes so much. And Syncomoon, just practice every day, right? Do a little coding every day. Practice, research it, just get good at it. It doesn't take too much, just determination. This shouldn't fail. All right, and that's going to give us the runtime. Now, oh, the formatter kicked on. Lovely. Heard of Dash? Offline documentation? Um, I use offline documentation all the time for Rust, but I have not heard of Dash. I mean, here, check this out. Cargo doc. Cargo's got all the different editions, extensive API documentation, so you can look at option. Fantastic. Vector, hash map, etc. It's all in there. Rust has fantastic offline documentation. I don't know why you'd need to augment it. Oh, I've actually not used the OS 10 documentation before. Hmm. Oh, that's neat. Wow. Where's Rust? Oh, interesting. That's cool. So do you use Dash like day to day? Is it good for those projects? I don't know. Like it might be useful for Material UI for me during my day job. Can't stand the Material UI with Site. It's just so slow. All right, let's come back into this. Oh, it's almost done. That's right. So now we have all of our documentation for every single crate that's related to this project. Not every single crate total, just the ones that this project is dependent upon. I usually keep that in like first tab spot. Move tab to the start. There we go. All right. So we have to return a self in this case, and we need a ref cell. Pool is going to be, let's just have pool. Oh, the tooling is incredible. I think they started that really early on and have done a huge push for making documentation easy to do. So discoverable. And searching for things in here, they have this help. So you can search for return types. So I want a function that returns a future. All right, there we go. A once returns a future. Look at that. Yeah, all language docs except for Rust in one place. Rust wasn't in the list. Did I miss it? Yeah, this is just so handy. What do I do when I hit a massive roadblock when writing code and Google doesn't help too much? I read the source. Read the source, Luke. Read the source. Pool is going to be a ref cell. And we knew that. Oh, what's a value? Okay. Gonna give it a runtime. Run timd? Oh. All right. Now this, yes. Run Timmy. If we borrow mute on this, we can call spawn. Oh, but we have to call enter, don't we? In fact, if we call enter on the runtime, don't actually need a pool here. No, we just have to. Okay. We might be able to get rid of thread local. I think Tokyo is going to do that for us. I think all we have to keep track of here is going to be the return value here, the enter guard. What happens with the enter guard if we don't keep track of it? Does it drop? Oh, I see. It exits the runtime context on drop. Ooh. Okay. Can we box that? And I don't think we need it for anything. Okay, let's come back. Close that. Close. A couple more buffers. That one. Clean up our mess there. Close this one. Okay. We have to keep track of that. We'll move that into there. Gonna leak RT guard. Do I plan to do future non-game projects? Occasionally we do. Yeah, we do. One thing that I do plan on doing is website stuff. So I want to use what was it? Cloudflare and their edge servers, because you can compile Rust to WASM, and then you can run WASM on their edge servers. I want to build interactive websites using WASM on their edge servers. Let's just inline this. Is there a different way to keep something from dropping? I don't think there is. Setup. All right, I've got that. Async executors, channel. Oh, French. This is a French song. The stream is borked. Uh-oh. That's still good for you. All right. I will refresh. Oh, yes, yes. I apologize for that. Actually, I just refreshed and it's good again. Okay, yeah, just give it a refresh. You should be okay. Oh, through the Cloudflare Edge service, perhaps. Oh, I'm using Starlink. Yeah, and I forgot to set up some software that we built to smooth out those bumps that you just saw. So tomorrow I'll run with that software. I forgot about it. I came in here just kind of groggy and had a new setup that actually Bear helped me test last night. And this morning I just started streaming without running Stitch, which I think we've got a command for Stitch, don't we? Stitch in there? I don't see it. Hmm. So we get an enter guard. Oh, we were going to check on here. Do I have a second internet connection? I do not. Not anymore. I canceled it, actually. I kept them both for about 2 months just to see. And the progression, the way that Starlink has improved has been pretty incredible. And in fact, we've got some other software which can completely smooth out those bumps, but it does add a delay. So normally I run with about a 5 second delay, 3 to 5 second delay, just because of those little bumps there. Did it do it again? That seems okay now. Maybe. Hmm. All right. We're coming in here. I wanted to look at drop again. I think there's... Is there a forget? Yes, standard mem forget. It takes ownership and forgets about the value without running its destructor, which is what we want in this case. You want to leak memory, see box leak. You want to obtain a raw pointer. It does not guarantee that pointers to this memory will remain valid. Okay, so maybe we do go with box leak. Oh, you started to watch the RTPG service video. Oh, server video, but it seems you already had put it a large chunk. Okay. The free aggregation solution called Open MPTCP router. Used it for almost 2 years. I have not heard of that. Yeah, one of the reasons that we wrote the software was because we wanted to ensure that OBS always delivered a packet to the local machine, to something else. Oh, neat. Yeah, how does it do if there is a drop? Let's say you can't send a packet for 10 seconds. That's funny. Just using it here and there. I'll keep that around a bit. Take a look later. All right. Okay, I think this will work. Leaking it. Drop the guard. Wait. Okay. So what? Apple. What was your name before? And how did you? What what bet did you lose that Bear Duda, Bear Cool Cow says Muma, chose your name? That what happened there? You just borrowed what? All right. So in this case, we get a future, and we're gonna spawn the future, but we get a task back from that. Handle's gonna be equal to that, and we have to hold on to it. Oh yes, we have to return that or a spawn error. There's no spawn error here. We just work. Okay, that satisfies that. In here, we have to keep track of those. So maybe instead of this, we have some sort of vector of spawn tasks. So we don't need this anymore. Yeah, Starlink's having a bad minute. And this week, I think it's going to get even better. So right now, I'm actually streaming over some really long 2.4 gigahertz internet connection between buildings. And I'm going to drop some Cat 7. Um, yeah, Hefe, I don't think UDP would help with this. Because you still need the acknowledgement to say, hey, this has been reached. I usually use UDP for when you're okay throwing pieces away, or you have really big, oddly sized packets, and you want to implement the rest of it yourself. So, yeah, if you end up drawing something and it's safe to share on a kid friendly stream, let us know and we'll take a look. There's no spawn local on Tokyo. You're right. And future is a local object. Oh, shenanigans. I didn't realize that it needs to be sent in static. Even if we're using. Hmm, yeah, how would it know? How do we get the runtime then? Back here. Tokyo task. Returns a join handle. Yeah, we know that. Tokyo task. Spawn local. Panics if the function is called outside of a local task set. Interesting. Okay, hopefully this is still inside that. All right. So where shall we store those tasks? In this case, we have create local pool. We could have it here. Can this be mutable? No. Ah, come on. Why not? You have an async joke. You'll tell you'll tell me in the future. Not fair, dude. All right, now for this part. Look at the executor. We need a little bit more spacing. That returns that object. We need to iterate through the tasks. We don't want the pool. We want the handles. Do we even need the pool? We don't need the pool, do we? What happens if we drop this? Okay, let's keep it just for giggles. And if we do have the pool though, maybe we should use it here. Self.pool. That runtime had that. Spawn blocking. Yeah, we just call spawn on it. See, I don't think I can do that. Self dot. A new stream icon, yes. Welcome, Romeo. How's the new gig? Everything going well? Nice people? Just getting settled in. Good, good. What kind of boxes do they use? Getting a laptop? They hand out Macs there. ThinkPads. Can I be sent safely between threads? What can't? Why? I don't want to send it between threads. I want... Look at this context here. This handle is a single-threaded handle. This runtime. Oh, so we could actually use the handle to spawn on? But that also requires send and static. We want... Okay, where's spawn local? Local set. We don't have a local set. Could use this. I don't want to. Where do we get a local set? What returns local set? Local set, no. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, what do we do with the local set? I don't remember what these do. Executed on the same thread. Okay, yeah, they don't implement send. That won't compile. Okay. See, I was hoping that run until would actually give us run a future to completion on the local set, returning the output. Okay, that's like running the whole system or something. Hmm. Spawn local. Yeah. No, that's not going to help. Maybe I'm not getting this. Okay. Run until. Run a future to completion on the local set. So the future you pass in is run to completion. Okay. The rest of them, they're not really. Yeah. If join handle, you'd have to await that, etc. Okay. But that's not very helpful. Go back to search. Spawn local. Where else is that? Just here. But we're not inside of a local set. Yeah, I expect this to be an issue. Because when we have a runtime and we've used a builder to do a new current thread builder, combine it with, oh, I see. I didn't read this before. To spawn non-send tasks on the resulting runtime, combine it with local set. Like the free function spawn local, this method may be used. Oh, all right. Yeah, our network has just been horrible today. Good morning, Sir Night Lord. How you doing? Run the local set. When run finishes, we can spawn more futures. Yes, yes. Which will run in subsequent calls to run until. This is what I don't get. This just says run the local task set. That's not how I read it at all. All right. Spawn a feature on the local set. This feature will be run when we call run until to drive the task set, which is perfect. Just perfect. Oh, and Sir Nightlord, what we're doing today is working on. Goodness, that tutorial thing's old. I should actually unset that. But today, excuse me. Today we're working on creating a little like a Twitch overlay for when people follow and you get a little bling, right? When people spend channel points, etc. Make a little bit more interactive. See this, I don't get this. Run until. Run a feature to completion on the local set, returning its output. Okay. This returns a feature that runs the given feature with the local set. Allowing it to call spawn local to spawn additional non-standard features. Any local features will be spawned on the local set will be driven in the background until the feature passed to run until completes. Any local features which have not been completed will remain on the local set and will be driven on subsequent calls. Okay, but local set is also a feature or when awaiting the local set itself. Oh, interesting. So we could await that from time to time, or we could use run until. I'm not really sure how to use run until. Maybe you set some sort of time limit in there. Maybe your spawn local is just something simple, right? So, Sir Nylord, that tutorial is the tutorial I used to learn Blender. I don't remember. Do we have unset? Oh, it has. Okay. That means I should probably remove it from the other thing. I'll have to remember to do that later. Let's face it, I'm not going to remember that. Fix that real quick. And let's do that. There we go. Done. Okay. Work on the game going. Actually, it's paused because we're building a little stream glitter. What I don't understand here is how do we associate a local set which arguably is this here. Like we don't need handles. We spawn local. Oh, goody. It's just itself. Does not need the mutex. We use local set there. New current thread? What? I didn't see that. It's lying. It's new. Okay. This also means that we do not need to leak the guard. We could keep that. Keep a reference to this. Okay, no more leaking that. Just need the runtime. We have the pool. Well, we have the runtime. Let's rename that to runtime. All right. In this case, we don't want the runtime here to on. We want the local set to spawn. It's spawn local, yes? Yes, it is. Okay. Means we no longer have to store those. We return okay. Good. Now, where is it? On each frame in Godot, this process function will get called. We get the executor, executor. So we're going to borrow the runtime, and using the runtime, I think we could await this feature here inside something that we do with the runtime. It's either that or we run until, but that implies that we're inside some runtime and we've entered a runtime. We could wait for like a millisecond or something. So you can run until. It just feels so weird. Yeah, in this case, we wait for the whole thing. Now, we could, instead of calling await, we could use the futures ability to do this. So let's enter the runtime. Let enter equals. See, does enter actually need to be mutable? I don't think it does. No, just on self. There's our enter guard. Now, e dot local set Now or never. Okay, that gives us just a little bit of time. It'll do it now or it'll do nothing at all. We'll see if that works. Oh, that didn't get renamed. You like that name, now or never? Yeah, that's in the futures trait on futures ext. Which reminds me, we probably have to import that, right? Oh, handle's not used. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. We just spawn it in the local set. That keeps track of it for us. Ah, we have to borrow. Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. It's not inside of that. You've used it a lot in your unit test? I used it in the game server once. I don't remember exactly why. So what is going on here? Why? It's behind a shared reference. Fine. Oh, now or never consumes self. That's not going to work. Rough Elements 1, good morning. We are creating a little stream tool for just bling, for getting the little things on there. I've streamed for like a year and a half and have never had like, you've got a new follower or um, little things like that. I thought it was time. Okay, so we can't use now or never, which means we have to do a run until. We'll give it a future. Use sync inside of here. Let's create a Tokyo time. That means we have to enable time. Tokyo. There we go. Simple little alert thing. Yeah. Little thing for this. A little more glitter, because we need some glitter sometimes. Actually, I hate glitter. Like the little tiny flecks of metal or plastic that gets everywhere and you can never find it all. Get rid of it. It's probably on me right now. Glitter. Oh, Tokyo time. Tokyo time. The Tokyo had a time. Modules. Oh, because I did not. Features do nothing unless you await them. Oh, that's async. Oh. Oh. Okay. So I should have seen that. Which means it has to be run inside of the runtime. means we don't want to do an enter. We want to do a block on for just a short period of time. Wait, what happened? One time, borrow block on. Oh, the formatting just got weird. And this run until here. We have to await that. Which means we can get rid of this. We can block on the wait until. Now we just have to fill out that async in the middle. All right, maybe we have time now. Cargo dock open. And we have to redo the Tokyo ones because we enabled a feature flag. There, now we have time. Can you imagine breathing glitter? Like somebody's like, poof. It's like, oh my goodness. Can you imagine being like a surgeon that has to go in and clean up glitter from a lung? Let's not talk about this anymore. We need to pretend that never happened. Tokyo times sleep. Yeah, we just give it a duration. But milliseconds, we'll say you have 1 millisecond to do whatever you're going to do, Tokyo. And get off my lawn. Hey, Coil Twitch bot. Oh, yes. From one of the subs via Coil. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, that, so Matthew, that's a big project, right? And right now we're creating a little Twitch tool, a little glitter on the Twitch goodness. Okay, so now we have that set up. We have async maybe, and so currently we're inside of Godot using GD native and Rust via GD native. And right now we're going to try to attach a WebSocket to the web services, to Twitch's WebSocket endpoint. We've already got some extra bits here. Okay. Where are we going with this? I think this is, let's just see if it starts. A little skeptical. Get rid of some of these real quick. That, and this. Okay. I'm gonna take a peek. Can we clean this up at all? Yeah, I don't think we even have to do that. What? I don't think we need to leak this at all. I mean, it's expressive, right? We're basically making sure that the shared local runtime is a static. Makes sense. That's an interesting thought, though. What if? What if? This executor here. Not that one. This one. Register runtime. Okay. And set. I want a static dyn local spawn. I see. That's why. Because we have to give this local spawn object or whatever this object is that implements local spawn, right? Because it's a dyn local spawn, meaning it implements that trait. We have to give it a reference to the static lifetime of it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Should build cargo. Oh, you know what? Our builder's over here. So after that builds, we can call authenticate, which will give us a valid token, but we're not doing anything else other than that. Just want it to start and see that it works. Okay, it built. Run it. It started. No errors. That's good. Okay. Oh, coming back. Now we want to add another function to Twitch here. We have authenticate, but we're going to add connect. I mean, really, I would like it if yeah, I don't see us actually using this code here. We could do it this way. Just await. Let's call it something else. Maybe events or something. So we could toss connect up here. Another exported method. And then just listen for events here. We chose a WebSocket crate called Tungstenite. I think we're going to need a channel so that we can feed this thing here. And it can return events that Tungstenite will give it. But we need Tungstenite to be spawned inside of somehow, somewhere. Let's move connect. Let's call this, rename the connect function to the events function. Call it events. All right, now up here, we'll have connect. So at this point, we need to get a hold of that local set. I don't know where that is. I mean, it's in that global, right? Look at lib. We just spawn stuff onto this. We do this. Do we have to make that public to the crate? Will it find it? Looks like it's okay. Okay, local set run until. Actually, just want to add a task here. Spawn local. Tungstenite. Stenite. What about the Tokyo tungstenite one? Because here they have client connect. Give it the request. Okay. And how do we do Tokyo tungstenite? Web use tungstenite. Okay. Connect async. Hmm. Oh, it supports Tokyo natively. Then why do they have Tokyo tungstenite? Like, what's the point of this? Async tungstenite. So what do we do in here normally? We'd probably use connect or client. Gives us over the given stream. Okay, we don't have a stream to give it. We need to connect. What is this with options? What sort of config would we give it? Oh, send queue size, frame size, blah, blah, blah. No, we don't need that. All right. Just a regular connect then. Give the request. And we're using RustLS. Simple blocking solution similar to blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then we get a WebSocket back. And the WebSocket I would like to be async. I don't mind blocking during the connect. So, now, Remo, you mentioned async tungstenite. And how is that different from Tokyo tungstenite? Oh, interesting. It was originally a port of that, what I found earlier. And popularity-wise, eh, seems like you could kind of use either one. Okay. Yeah, I don't really need anything above that. It's got a stream. That would work. Let's try using Tokyo Tungsten just to see. Oh, thank you, Neutrons. Thank you. Yeah, the whole webcam bit is recent. So we're gonna give this task is going to be async block here. I'm gonna connect to whatever the Twitch endpoint is for this. I don't know what it is. One of these purple tabs. No, no, maybe. I think it's in PubSub. There it is. We are working on a little bit of bling and glitter. That should probably be in a config value, but oh well. Oh, Prof Elements 1. What's the difference between Tokyo and async standard? So async standard is the API is a little bit more maybe user friendly than the Tokyo one. Async standard hides a little bit more of the machinery inside. You can use the crates that async standard is dependent upon, and it's kind of like a. Sorry, I didn't finish that previous thought, but async standard is made of a bunch of other crates, okay, and you can use those in kind of an a la carte way. Some of those came out of small. Okay. It's kind of very similar to async standard. This is built by, yeah, Stephen Jang. How do you pronounce his name? And this is actually built upon a number of other crates that he wrote. Yeah, subcrates. Which means that async executor, which is, you could use this directly as another async runtime and create these tasks, which can be used with this async executor, and just kind of a la carte it, right? Bring in the pieces that you want. It'd be fast to compile. It would be nice and simple and small. Or if you don't want to bundle it all together, you would use async standard or small. Now, there's a performance overhead loss in that these things aren't as tightly coupled together as they could be. And so if you want that extra 10%, you could use Tokyo. And Tokyo is going to give you a little bit more performance. So if you don't need that, then don't worry about it. I'm using Tokyo because I wanted to see if I could put Tokyo as an async runtime in this, because I'm also evaluating a code review somewhere here. So I wanted to see if it was even possible. Oh yeah, 200 lines of Rust code, and it really is. It's mostly comments. You look at, like, say, async executor here, source, lib, comments, or imports. And actually, it's gotten quite long. Look at that tri-tick. How many lines are we going to have in here? So less than 1,000 lines. I don't know what they've added. It used to be a lot smaller. Okay, so we're going to connect to that. It's an async function. We have to await that. must be used. Now, it's going to return two things, right? Let A and B equal to this dot, oops. I'm just going to toss one of those on there for now. So we get the response from the stream. Then once we have that, see, do we need to do anything with the response? Oh, it's an HTTP response. That's fine. We'll probably just drop that. And the stream here, this we actually want to take the data that's coming from that and send it back. Send it to the app. I'll probably have to add the ping pong bits in here, but we'll get to that later. We've got a sync, so we can send a message into stream, which produces messages. Yeah. Which means now we need a channel. We need a way to get stuff out of here and into here. Maybe the other way too. Probably not, but okay, token response. No, we don't want that. We want here Twitch. Oh, want an unbound receiver. The Tokyo MPSC unbound receiver. Oh, where are you? Unbound dead. ED. Right? Tokyo. Sync MPSC. No? Oh, because I didn't enable that feature flag. Almost. There we go. Okay, now sync. It's just sync. Close that. Where's Tokyo? Come back to us. There we go. We have to. It could be an option to that. Could it be an option to that? Be easier if we didn't do it that way. If we create that right here when we're getting set up, then we don't have to carry about the variance, right? If it's none, etc. We can just guarantee it's there. Is it TX, RX, or sender, receiver, Tokyo, no, sync MPSC. Okay, now that exists, and inside of that async block down below, we can basically get a reference to this. Say, sync. We don't want to use, we actually might need to undo what we just did, because we need to move the sender into this block. This block needs to own the sender. Yeah, let's undo this. Set those in there. Now at this point, we can create those channels. Message sender comes into this. Well, let some stream dot next. Wait. Thing. Okay. Look at the message here. No next on that. Okay. Receive. Okay, what's on this? Simple stream. Pull next, right. From Futures core. We want the, go back to Tokyo. Stream EXT in here. Then Futures Stream EXT. Should be able to call next. Ah, there we go. All right. So then we have message. Ah, I found a result message. That's either an error or something else. Let's just match on that. What's up? Oh, good morning, Tadaz. I currently am a web developer, but I've spent 20 years doing full stack development. I don't know what to expect for the error. Let's just log that. Godot error. No idea what this is going to be. At least log it. I hate it when people just have no idea what an error is and just drop it. As in later, you come back, you find the place where it's dropped. You're like, oh yeah, we've been having errors here forever. We also need a fix me. Need to handle ping. What's wrong now? Is it? Oh, these, yeah, fine. Missing fields. Oh, that should be receiver. What else we got? Stream is mutable. Well, I started doing, well, I mean, my first real thing was kind of C programming. I did that for half a decade. Then got into some more web stuff during that time. System administration as well. Yeah. Send isn't used. Now, what are we gonna do if this fails? We should probably return if let error equals that. Then we're gonna return here and just drop the connection. Should close that half of the stream. Shut things down. The result has to be used. Which result? Yeah, Rust has really good support for WASM. It's amazing. It really is. Are we going back to the Flash Java days? I think that those technologies will continue to be re-implemented over and over and over again. But yeah, the idea, right? Sandbox code on a user's device. That's going to happen over and over and over again. I mean, Flash in Java, that's just one instance of it. There were others. WASM, it's another one. I mean, even what is it, NaCl for what salt and pepper in Chrome, like just another sandboxing tech. Is it the width that output is R, and because we did the block on, that gives us the output of the future, and our spawn local here is the join handle. So we're getting the join handle all the way through. What should we do with this join handle? Because that join handle should be inside of this. The only thing we would want is if we were going to kill it, like stop the task. I don't think we need to do that. I'm going to ignore it for now. Because this spawn local should put the task into the task set. All right, then we have events and now we have to fill this out. Looks like it built. Let's run it again in here. Okay, it's fine. Authenticate. Self.twitch. Connect exists. Good. So that'll connect us to the WebSocket. Here we go. Did it work? Wait, where's... It's not quite working. It's pausing. No information. Why would connect pause? Replace that. That should happen. Was it because of the block on? Well, this should spawn the local task here, right? This whole thing, I don't know, that let's leave it block on. Do we get to this line? What about here? Let's toss some of these in here. That should happen. Okay, we actually need to kill this other process. Kill it. Did it go away? Good. Okay, kitty built. Or cargo built. Let's try this again. Okay. Let's check the outputs. We hit 89 and 114. 114. But this blocked forever. Go figure, right? Why? Why did it block forever? So we're waiting there. Guessing we're waiting here. Okay, try again. Kill it. Okay, built. Run it. Nothing extra. That doesn't seem right. Go ahead and kill it. Yeah, it just stopped at 116. Are we? Yeah, we don't want to do that. We don't want to await that. We want to return that. We want to call it spawn local. Sarcastic Dante, how are you? But we do not want to await the result, which I think is what's happening there. I'm going to spawn the task. Again. Okay, now it showed up. Good. Okay, now we got to 123. Perfect. Okay. Nearly perfect. We didn't actually get this to happen. Reference message. Okay. All right. Now, I think part of the problem for that not getting run is because we do not have that script anywhere in here. So, project, settings, auto loads, path. If we just do that, will that work? Oh, we're getting debugger output. Look at that. Oh, panicked. Haha, okay. There's no reactor running. Must be called from the context of Tokyo 1.x react runtime. Fine. The kids. You can probably hear them. So it's going to be in lib. In here. I mean, that's what I'm guessing, but I don't know for certain. Let's try again. Then we'll get the backtrace. Run that. Get our little issues. Okay. Backtrace is lovely, lovely backtrace. What do we have? Option. Local key. Try with local. Oh. I missed it. Okay, let's try again. No, no, no. Here. Lib line 63. Yes. Okay. So that's saying that the runtime reactor's not running. What? Where we thought it was. There's no reactor running. Must be called from the context of a Tokyo runtime. Runtime. Do we have to enter it? Like, wouldn't block onto the same thing. Just enter. Just block on. This is the runtime's entry point. Maybe spawn blocking? Or just called spawn. Let's replace this with all right. All right. I mean, how do we run something on this? On the runtime? Let's go back to local set for a minute. Run until. See, this is inside of Tokyo main. Maybe we have to call enter? Enters runtime context. Must have an executor available. Okay. Let's just try to enter it. All right. It's run until it's async, right? We would have to await that, but we can only await inside of like the block on. Let's see if that helps. Okay. Did that build? Oh, that was quick. Dealing with async? We'll try to get the task set able to be run. Now we're getting some errors. With the same error. Uh-oh. Unwrap. Oh, where's this? This one's different. Line 70. 60. Here. Same thing. Okay. Call enable time. Oh, I don't have timers enabled. That's right. That's right. I need the builder set up right. Fine. Okay, so let's go to where we construct our runtime. Enable time. We probably need to enable all, don't we? IO as well. Okay. That's good. Rerun it. Ah, no issues. Look at that. Okay. Wait. Oh, we had no issues. Why is this no issue? One place, you know? I do appreciate how they've separated it out. Well, they don't bundle their own runtime. You could go and make your own runtime. Want to do like embedded controller stuff with async? 400. Okay, what's going on here? Do I need to include extra stuff here? Let's check the documentation. We've got a ping. Let's listen on at least one topic within 15 seconds. Okay, I didn't do that. Do I have to send a message? Well, I'm glad we got it this far. So the next point is going to be figuring this out. Starting to send a message so we can say what we want to listen on. And then responding to the messages. How does it authenticate me? Oh, we have to give the token in the listen command, don't we? Where did this happen? And connect in the closure there. Oh, which can't be async. Yeah. 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 How I feel for you. Yep. No async destructors. No go in Rust. Where was connect? Here's connect. Okay, so it was inside the closure here. Good. That means that probably worked. I don't know. If we called spawn local, can we use spawn local there? No, because it doesn't exist. Which is why we were using local task. All right, that's fine. So after we connect, we need to send a message saying what we want to listen on. Frame dot. How does sync work? Async right. That's right. Well, you could spin lock over that, or if you couldn't get the lock because the other end is gone, right? You have a channel, right? You drop half the channel and try to write to it. So yeah, now we need to write some buffer to this. Okay. What do we want? Write all, write buff. Let's call it subscribe. We have to await that, right? Let's just craft something there. Is buff. And buff is implemented for that, yes? Oh. That's it's not Tokyo Async, it's Tokyo IO. Oh, it doesn't see it because it doesn't think that this thing implements buff. What what implements buff? Yeah, it's on UA. It's uh, I mean that's bytes. It's not an M1 that I'm using. No, an older Mac. Okay, what year is it? It's 2015. So 6 years. Going strong. The quad core i7, 16 gigs of RAM. That probably helps a lot. Well, thank you for the follow. We're working on the little bling thing to get that information bubbled up. Trade bounce, we're not satisfied. Yeah, I'm not seeing this. Oh, the touch bar, yes. Yes, I avoided I was tempted to get one of those Macs, but saw the touch bar and just walked away. Like a no. Like I can touch type my F keys. Like why no, just give me more key bindings. Right all. Giving me the same error. Now, what kind does this actually want? Oops, where's my key? What is this? This is a WebSocket stream, maybe TLS stream. Go look at WebSocket stream. Think of a message where yeah. And then there was like these little hacks that you could do, right? Like you could install software that they give you haptic feedback when you touch the right place for the escape key. Yeah, the 2016 models had that physical escape key. Oh. Item is message. Oh, we actually need to create something of type message. We got a ping pong. Okay. So, and how does that work? How do we send this to that? Already start send. I've implemented one of these before. I'm just not seeing it. You hit the virtual F1 or whatever. It's configured there. Yeah. Oh. All right. Sync message. We have that. Sync ext. It's called send. Okay. Send. This needs to be a message. And what kind of message is it? It's a. We're just looking at that. What were the options? Binary, vector view aids, or close. Let's go with text. Oh, this is tungstenite. No, we probably want a binary one, don't we? Why do I prefer Rust instead of C++? Rust natively understands what threads are. It bubbles up errors at compile time as opposed to runtime. Lifetime issues, concurrency issues. Doesn't have a null. I like that. Binary. Now we got to give it a vector U8. Bang. Can we just do B quote? Does this do the right thing there? Ah, static. Okay. I'll into on that. Did you try it as a C++ developer? Do you have a reason to learn it? Are you looking to solve some problems that you're having in C++? Or, I mean, I don't want to just thrust Rust upon everybody, right? Like that's not how it should be. You should use the right tool for the job. Just for fun? Yeah. Yeah, I'd definitely say for fun. Rust is worth learning. See. I thought yeah, wasn't there an into? There was a conversion function for byte array into a vector, wasn't it? Define fun. Come on. Fighting the borrow checker. That's fun. Let's see. We need futures, stream ext. We also need sync ext. That should be used. That's what we're trying to use. Async write ext. No, you can go away. We want the sync option. Oh, and it's going to tell us that we're not looking at the results, right? Yeah, we're not doing that. Oh, wow. We don't have the subscribe message, correct? I think kids are having fun. You can probably hear them. If they get loud, let me know. I'll have to talk closer and turn the mic power down. Convincing the borrow checker your code is sound, and then realizing it wasn't. Yeah, the borrow checker is usually right. Usually right. Okay, so going back to pull-ups up here, how do we listen? And listen. Okay. So we're going to listen to things like this. Here's a little example. Okay, so we send it something that looks like this. We have to give it the auth token, the topics. We need to know what our ID is, our channel ID. A nonce, which is just gibberish. It's just random text. Let's create a type for this. You know what? Take a break. Take a break. Message text and not binary? I don't know. I don't know if Twitch is actually listening to the text or binary side of WebSocket, because you can do both. I imagine they actually do both, but I'm not sure. Not sure. You know what? I got to get into like digging a trench. Actually, digging a 200-foot trench. I should probably call it. Let's pick this up next time, and we will implement this. Get this working. That has come along so well. It does it currently builds? Yes. Get status. Yeah, that's good. Godot TOML. Am I even using async executors? I don't know that I am. We'll leave it for now. That's fine. Imports we'll leave alone. That need that. This we need. Godot TOML. Yes, of course. That goes away. I'm using NeoVim with COC Rust Analyzer. All right. You have a preference? Classy Cat. I don't know. Is Classy Cat doing some Rust stuff today? Gonna get ready for a raid. You're good with a shovel. I could use some help. What are they doing? This looks like Rust code. Actually doing Rust? All right, we'll rate them. Yeah. All right, y'all. I gotta go play with dirt. So I'm probably gonna get some coffee, have some breakfast, and then my digging back on my sitting back. Right now I got my sitting back on. Anyhow, it's been fun. Glad you're hanging out. Tomorrow we'll get the little stream smoother going on so that we don't have as many drops. What are we digging? I have Starlink, and right now I'm actually streaming over a 2.4 gigahertz connection between buildings, and I want to make that faster. So, because I'm not actually using all the bandwidth that Starlink is giving me. So, I'm going to dig a trench so that I can drop some Cat 7 cable and connect the two buildings. Till next time, y'all. Bye.